Just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
Oh, God, this game does not fucking run well. Strange button for sprint.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground.
Okay.
Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except...
Let me... Oop.
in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged." The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves.
Jesus.
Themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
No, yeah, Phil has some possible COVID-ness, so we decided to just do a quick solo. Just a quick solo. I mean, I'm straight. I've been straight. But he's saying he feels better today. So less of the sickness happening. But you know, this new wave, it's not playing around. It's not playing around, this new wave of COVID. It's knocking a lot of people out. I'm hearing talks that we may go down to takeout only. Close the restaurant. That would suck. I would lose a lot of money doing that. Oh my. Wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? Gold.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did.
Excuse me?
I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning.
God damn.
Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
I was fucking dead, mate. What's up, lady? I'm sorry? I honestly, I don't quite know why I'm here. Excuse me? Ooh. Ooh, that doesn't look like a good idea. Uh-huh. Let's say up on D-pad for photo mode. I don't know how necessary photo mode is for your game, Forgotten City. He died doing what he loved, being unvaccinated. Oh, these loading. God damn, this game does not run well. It is a photo mode. I should have just bit the bullet and bought this on PlayStation. Okay.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Ha!
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folk seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Okay.
Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
Okay.
Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9.
Jesus.
Didn't matter whether they'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The
Jesus.
magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
So if we break the golden rule, everybody die. Everybody gotta die if we break the golden rule. What's up, asshole?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name, to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Dog, what the fuck are you talking about?
Nor could I, until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one."
Damn.
From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
Jesus.
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
That's one way to look at it.
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows.
Bro.
I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Okay.
You see, In my search for a way to save my people, I learned
a
of
lot
an
to take in.
ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time.
Ha!
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
Wild. How does the ritual
All I
work?
can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual.
Oh my.
I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Very well. How do I know you're not the
Me?
person responsible?
Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Fair enough. If I do this,
If
you'll
I
help me get
understand
back to my
Proserpina's
time.
ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
I guess. Sure, why not?
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden
Who's about to sin?
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo. in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Okay. To see the objective markers for given quest, click the icon. Okay. If I can create a paradox, I'll need to change history in a way that makes my being in the past impossible. For example, Cynthia says if I print the sin that breaks the golden rule, then he'll never create the portal and it'll be impossible for me to be in the past. Paradox.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Excuse me?
I'm Cynthia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Charming.
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid
lady, I don't know who you are.
We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Okay, well, alright.
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the Harpies?
When did you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy.
Got to click on this real quick.
Rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Damn.
That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her, so he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
So it's probably Horatius.
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market.
Interesting.
His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla.
Imagine being Cynthia Minor.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Very well. I don't have enough information to go that way. Who the fuck is you?
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony.
What's it to
What's
you?
he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him?
No, I'm not voting.
A spit of a fauna career. We've lined up all the votes we need already. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
I feel like I should be offended.
Can't hurt. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
Heard.
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
Makes sense. Okay, but you're nowhere near an arena.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunnus.
Did you just call me a cunt?
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Okay.
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Interesting.
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
Okay. Well.
Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction. Confituare.
Very well. Sentius and Malleus, same excrement, different smell. Okay. Well, they're both garbage. Oh.
Isn't
an eye
the
out for
great
Scintilla,
temple
would you?
majestic?
Okay, one at a time, guys.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Who is you?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
Interesting. So she liked that, but is everyone gonna like that approach? I might have to play it a little more carefully. What's his name? Cynthia. Bothered her name, or it bothered her.
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you.
Ha.
Why is that?
Because of the memes.
The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then?
A bit.
So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember, and see if you notice any patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you, too.
Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed.
Oh?
She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern.
Pattern?
Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Oh, good lord.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
What do you
I'm
think about
quite
the
sure
Golden
it's the
Rule?
work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long. I suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as vagrants and asking for shelter there.
Okay.
Everyone turned them away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods gave them time to escape
okay, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
granted them a wish, and then wiped that town off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves. I'm pleased to hear it.
Interesting.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
I'm just curious.
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such as?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Then what's your role
I'm
here?
responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
Fascinating.
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Heard.
As you wish. Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pattern? Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions.
Very dialogue heavy, this game.
Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Oh, what happened to the dude? Is time passing? I can't even tell. Very well. Huh. Hello. Oh.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
What happened?
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly."
Alright, go fuck yourself.
Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is
What
come
he's
back
doing doesn't
here
count?
and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Interesting.
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Very well.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
You lot?
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it.
Interesting.
Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it.
This lady lost her mind.
But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Navia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose.
Got a lot of quests.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
Assuming that includes murder.
Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Very well. Ugh. How the fuck am I tired? I have bread.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Decius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
This man just trying to get rich quick?
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it.
Take it.
Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Silphium or not? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Jesus.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? You mean, how did I end up here?
Fascinating.
That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Chose that cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Weren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
Right, sure. Yeah, I believe that.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend.
They,
Malleolus. I mean, Sempius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen.
Okay. I guess I'll do it.
Very well. Another time.
Oof. Oh.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. What the fuck? Whoa. So the statues came alive and started shooting everybody? Ah! Oh, time to go. Okay, so I didn't work fast enough? Is that what happened? Or did I commit it? Was it me taking the thing? Having a touch of audio issues. Just need to fix these real quick. I think I did that by stealing the thing. I didn't like mean to steal it, but I think I did by accident. I wasn't 1000% paying attention. And then I also want to restart this. For our solution, reach navigator, blah, blah, blah. Bow might come in useful. Obtain a bow. Hello? There we go. Get before she dies.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
What is this?
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Probably.
All right. See you around.
Yeah, I believe that, bro. All right. Just a faster way to get back here, I guess. Lucretia. Did Lucretia die? Is that what happened?
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culus cumulatus Decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia?
Did I? It must have been
you
me
need to
stealing
swallow
the
this.
Sylphium.
Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Huh.
But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad.
Yeah, something about that, yeah.
Well, she used to run the clinic.
Physician.
She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll... I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. Thanks, I suppose. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Okay, so I've done that. Oh.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Interesting.
Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii.
What's up with the 1,000?
She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Okay.
I'm not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. But I was so happy to have the money I didn't question it. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
Oh, man.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she...
Well, that's fucked up.
She laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the
Tricked you into some
beginning.
slavery.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the Golden Rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral. And made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
So you poisoned yourself.
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape.
That sucks.
At least until someone breaks the Golden Rule.
Okay, so now we've got a city where there's just a bunch of powerful
Maybe
who
it
know that
wouldn't
the
be so bad.
the lower won't do anything about it. Wow, that's crazy.
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Yeah, let's start with this one. I think.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Do you have anything else to
Feeling
say?
all right? That's a shame.
Okay.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face, Ave, and may Vesto. Interesting. Oh, Livia's face. Come back.
We need to talk to more people. Hello? I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come. The assassin's pet. Interesting.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia.
Hi,
Welcome
Octavia.
to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
No!
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please,
Okay, this guy's
Ulpius.
such a great actor.
Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Ooh, we're gonna fuck this up.
Thank you. And
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. You're not going to trick me. I'm no coward. I intend to go through with it. Like what?
I just think there are reasons to stay
I'm
alive.
stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine.
Yours?
That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
I urinated in Oh yeah? See what happens.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored.
Where the hell did he land?
And now... and now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this
Gotcha.
interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the
No, that's
Golden
very
Rule,
real. Huh.
It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
I mean...
Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already. I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down?
Well...
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
This is crazy.
You mean the children's fable exploited by
I wasn't
Sentius
sure at
to
first, but the
scare us
more
all
I
into
talk to
doing
people,
what
the
he
more I
wants?
like unravel in the different threads that I want to go down.
I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
Okay, lovely. Now I have the key. Key to Malleus's villa. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Let's look around just a little more. These carrots are purple, as if they were before the modern orange carrots were cultivated. Interesting. Yes, suicide note presumably directed to Malleus. Leah to her captors curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead because death is preferable to another day in debt with bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all eternity. Reading mode. Okay. I don't like reading mode. That's very interesting. Okay. Opius to his lost love, may God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you, my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again in Gan Eden? Yeah, that's what it says. Okay. And we know who his love is. It's the sister of the magistrate. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the magistrate's daughter, who is meant to be proposed to somebody else, and it's crazy. Okay, yeah, her being in love with a servant is definitely definitely a no-go. You know? Hello? Oh, hi.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Oh, my bad.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
interesting.
I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. Finally! This is outrageous.
Alright, I'm gone. Claudia, married to Malleus? Malleus? Something like that? Crying in her room alone. Behind a locked door. Very interesting. Okay, that's where Home Dude's doing push-ups. I could not find where Home Dude landed, where other dude landed, but that's fine, because we can reset.
What now? Malleolus, of course.
Malleolus.
If old man Sentius can't even protect his own...
Okay.
Whatever.
Interesting. Ooh, okay. Can't do anything like that because he's already killed himself. Reach Navia in the palace. I think I need a boat. Dig up some dirt. Behind closed doors. Interesting. I think our...
Citizen, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your... We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone... I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right?
Yeah. So what happened? I couldn't stop it from being broken.
Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned. Now, I assume you've sought me out. Ask then. Good. Now, Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though Magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse.
Fascinating.
And discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have let these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings.
Interesting.
The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris.
So
I trust that answers your question. Of
This
course.
is tough.
What is it?
No, I need
Why
more
then did you say, it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation? Thank you.
I don't see the point in pointing fingers. I know so little. I could re-talk to Cynthia, though.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Cynthia. What are you... Really? Now, remind me, why are we having... I'm
Wait, what happened?
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of art. Now,
Alright,
remind...
get the fuck off.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. I trust you can see...
Okay. Very fascinating. Alright. Let's see here. Guess we can return to the market? Maybe talk to Homegirl and be like, yo, Home Dude killed himself.
Feeling all right? That's a shame.
Hey,
Oh, it's... You mean my life story? Oh, our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't, cut out for that kind of life.
Scribe for a prominent merchant.
So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago when the fires came.
Burned down half of Rome.
My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone.
Damn.
Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. All right.
stealing that again is going to set that off. So we don't quite want to do that just yet.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
I did not do it though.
Why? But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
You know why not?
I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
Oh, this place is old.
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine?
Fascinating.
If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
So are they gonna answer who came up with the Golden Rule?
Of course.
Do I care? I don't know.
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
Interesting.
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me.
Right.
Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which
Right.
means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
And
good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Very interesting, Virgil. Very interesting.
Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the golden rule. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility.
Right.
The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am.
Well, that's
or
nice.
at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Oh.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too.
Okay, so somebody's
the
an
strange
asshole.
thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god.
Oh,
and
Christians.
that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Maybe he can make me a bow. Who are you?
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, And such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Why set up a tailor shop?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
Yeah, I guess, sure.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
Makes sense to me.
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Fascinating.
Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to... Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all.
Right.
And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Interesting.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
Why?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld.
When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth, so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks, and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Avoid doing what you...
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I vote.
Interesting.
Nothing comes. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid, but my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Fabia?
I hope that our paths cross again.
Goodness gracious. I feel like I should change my clothes. What is this? Don't need to do that until necessary.
Greetings and salutations.
Feeling all right? That's...
Salve.
Obvious the thief stole my purse and I. I don't know, man. All these statues of people cowering. I think I would probably take it seriously.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
I believe so.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Oh, we can't, can we?
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a wet help. You have to do something. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the gold. Thank you. I have to hide. Hear what? What? Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
My.
Fabia, no!
That was Fabia?
God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Okay. Well, let's see who's being a bitch. Oh, you have a bow.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to... I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius. But so, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in it, is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who... A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
We're all trapped
so
in
you
here.
admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me.
Jesus Christ with this fucking guy.
Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Then you're up. Do you have any last words?
You said you wouldn't kill me if I told you the truth. Jesus Christ, you're an idiot. Try that everyone here is going to die. No idea what you're in for. Do you?
As a matter of fact, once I'm done with you and Quinctius, and I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Good job, jackass. His bow. Grab his bow. Whoa! Relax. What the fuck is that? Jesus. Relax. Everybody relax. Alright. Well, that didn't work. Thanks, bro. Oh, I didn't take the fucking cure on my way out, so I guess there's no way to save her.
Salve. Oh. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of it.
Alright, so he saves Yulia. I run all the way up to the top.
Salve, friend. I'm
Not
welcome
now,
to
Octavia.
life under the golden. Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We've all been where you. I used to lay awake at night, contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. All right, well.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Oh no, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing?
That's the
What? idea.
Why do you?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Yada yada
Please,
yada
help
yada yada
him.
yada yada.
If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. But I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal. Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
His actor is the worst, dude.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. If I backed out now, I'd be... Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. No. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up them. And I'd best... I hope you're coping. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the garden.
Interesting.
It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months
Rome,
ago,
fled for the Tiber.
my family and I,
escaping
we
a
were among
barge.
the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, a scuffle broke out and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water rising up. I woke up by the river, near that shrine. Oh, that's all right. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, if that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I even suggest. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but
Interesting.
things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor Oh, thank you. Oh, so...
I don't understand where he landed.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long, got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province.
Okay.
But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call... Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you? Gah. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me. And then there's the statue. You want to help me? Do what
Okay. Sounds good, Rufius. I'll figure something out for you, bro. Center.
Help! You have... A man arrived. You have to... Are you serious? This... Are you going to... Thank you. I have to... What? Why? All right, fine. Come and...
Kept her alive. Cool. Did I die? Oh, I died. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, controller will not stop vibrating. There it goes. There we go. Someday. This is gonna work. Okay. Going that way, that's a dead end. You're just gonna get me killed. Who are you?
Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and I don't know. I don't remember things. Yes, but I wasn't. They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names.
Oh.
Yes. They said I have to live here now. And gave me this letter.
Trespassing. Treasure, while I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems more likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusions that you are a liability to the community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated. Interesting.
What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the Hannibal said I shouldn't give. Galerius already tried that. Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There he is. Some kind of theater. Jesus. Oh, God. I hate when they code ladders like that. That'll take me all the way across back over there. I need to talk to the magistrate, honestly. Come on. What the hell is this place? Directions to Secret Shrine. Enter the caves behind the theater, then turn right at the first fork and the second. Anonymous friend. Just behind the theater.
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand, I must. Is that about? Seems rather. Of course, what is it? Yeah. What? Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go, quickly. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith. Any way you can. Despite my weapons ban, it's been my experience one can always find a weapon if one looks hard enough. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime. So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Thank you.
The best I can do is maybe lie to him, tell him where Confucius is, and lead him to the collapsing temple. It's the best option I've got. Hey, what's up, Daddy?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Stop right there. I am looking for Tide. Thank you for your service to the Empire. I'll let.
Very well. Enjoy yourself. Just gonna wait for this guy to kill himself real quick. Maybe I can steal his bow off of him.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
I will take that. Wait. Denarius. Oh, we got one whole coin, bro. Look at me. I just got to do that 2,000 more times. Oh, with the loading screens, dog. The loading in this fucking game and its inability to run properly. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, so, let me think. I have the bow, which I think I need to talk to Navia, maybe? Jesus Christ. And enter that temple. And then I can also talk to the priestess. Get inside. I need to find... What?
You there! I'm sorry to no idea how you managed to get your hands on it. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. But I would like to Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be... I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, Aesop, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. Well, use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then, you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky... Now, you must have... Because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became... Only because he was silly enough to get caught. So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. I'm going to pass.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Ugh, fine. Stay poor and ignorant forever then.
You straight?
Sorry, was there something you wanted? All right.
An accident? So, I do have a question though. That shrine... So you kind of...
The many shall suffer the sins of the one.
Do it! Kill me!
Fascinating. Damn.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival... Yulia? Oh, no. I'll go.
I got 2 coins. I got bread. Still have my bow. Using him as the system to get all the side shit done is smart. Octavia doesn't matter. Priestess does. Where is she? Okay.
You there? Now I am, but
no, I don't. Not interested.
You're not. Well, that's.
Game? Is he technically not? Okay, well, you say, okay, we'll save that guy. Okay, so we can't do shit until home dude over there. Interesting.
I don't, I'm afraid. Very well.
Salve and welcome. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this will help. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again.
No, not
So
exactly.
I popped my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Okay.
All right. Thanks again.
Welcome.
Okay. Should go this way. Check out what we can with the bow. Shut up, Rufius. Ow, fire, bad, ow. Now, how are we meant to get in there with a plug? Can't get through what home dude said. Let's try and save other guy again real quick.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No.
Oh, Lord.
Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to...
You... Well, you don't...
Yeah.
If I... Oh, Yulia and I are in debt
Those will be
bondage tonight.
slaves.
Oh, I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Well, that's unfortunate.
And I'd bet... I hope you're coping.
You are all up in my fucking face.
Please. There was a terrible fire. Please. There was a... Oh, thank... Oh.
Alright.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony? That was... well...
Ha! Gotcha, bitch.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia?
Yeah.
I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander, I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Are you... Why would I with...
Ta.
You've...
The many shall
threat?
suffer
I can't threaten
for
kill
the
somebody?
sins of the one.
We gotta go. Running. Alright, so I can't threaten anybody, can't kill anybody, but it seems like it also only counts if people know I did it. Which is interesting. Alright. Okay.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia.
You need to do that.
All right, let me see.
You need to do that.
I'll go.
What is that? Let's explore over here a little bit. I know there's some sort of secret thing behind the, I forgot to close this. I need to open chat back up. There we go. Whoa. What's going on here?
You're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued.
I don't blame you, bro.
There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning, and sophistication.
Who the fuck are you?
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business.
Get rejected. What the fuck?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but... So, how about...
1,000? Oh, this is that girl.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say... Certainly. Whatever you... All right.
Alright, she's trash. Okay. So let's see here. What's going on down here? We got some deep caves. We got some caves. Whoa. Whoa.
Salve again, friend. I went and... How is it possible that you've just... You're toying. You're a bit like... Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Oh. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment.
Well...
He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp a fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god
I've seen
you managed
everybody
to upset to
doing
get
that,
yourself into
though.
this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's cut. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Very well. So that's it, huh? We're in hell. We're in the underworld. Forced to continue on this charade. Alright, okay, way up there. What is that? Hey! Excuse me. Oh, Lord. Such a weird game to put photo mode in.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
When was that? 5:06? It was 2 minutes ago? It was 1 minute ago? That's fine. We'll just reload right there. Save ourselves the seconds of running back to the fucking cliff for no reason. Alright. Dying Light 2 comes out in February. Sifu comes out in February. Horizon comes out in February. Elden Ring comes out in February. We've got ourselves a busy fucking February, bro. Tunic, I think I wanted to play.
Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Thanks, mate. By the time we had this conversation, had I done this? Nope. Alright. Assets haven't loaded.
Welcome.
There she is.
A new face, Arve. Interesting. Yes. What else? What? And...
Equita? I've forgotten already. I do need to talk to the magistrate about maybe getting Dooley out. Need to figure out a way to get home dude, bald-headed dude, to be elected. Need to figure out a way to bribe other dude into dropping out. This is gonna force a load.
You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin.
Okay.
It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Charon.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
Oh.
Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates
So
the
we are
land
dead.
of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless
Interesting.
commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so.
This is cool.
It's all starting to make sense.
This is really
all
cool.
These people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches.
Okay.
I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti.
Ah, okay.
And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
Very well.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the
Interesting.
underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some
Interesting.
other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Interesting.
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
True.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple.
Got it.
A dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style.
Oh, lovely.
Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize.
Probably English.
That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Okay, so maybe that joint behind the theater.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so... I'm afraid you're on your own with that one.
Okay.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth.
Ooh, that was a big dump of information.
I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time it may fortuna.
Okay.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the
Damn! I
one.
fucking got her ass. She got slow. Oh, they like watching me. That's weird. Alright, we're gonna reload. Alright. Enough of all that.
Ove.
Wait against the currents. So I got a lot of things to do. A lot more things. Yeah, the quest just got expanded dramatically.
But tell me, and it arc with you and even excellent. Now, good, Diane, the one, and it just. And would you like to? Now, So. Wonderful. Now, this is a quality weapon. And here we are, a gold leaf. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Very well. Let us see. What happens? I'm confused.
You, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite.
This guy's a bitch.
It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
That'll play. Fascinating. This must be what the Romans use instead of toilet paper. It appears to be for communal use best. Oh. Lovely. Ooh, fucking, they wipe their ass with sponges? I'll take those. What a cute game, man. killed your first thing. Anything over here? Like some shit, like a little hole. When we try to climb through, didn't quite make it. Avia's journal.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again, and turning back, I discovered, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me.
This is such a cool game, dude. I was not expecting any type of like bow and arrows or combat or anything, and it doesn't really work very well. But the fact that it's here is neat. On top of it just being
I knew the
one of the better
full
time
horror
loop
of
games
this
I've played so
place.
far this year.
Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Interesting. Very interesting. Excuse me, y'all. Oh, man. I didn't even realize they were really, like, turning their heads towards me. That's crazy. You can hear it as you walk past them. No, thank you. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Where are these things? No, 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 no.
Thank you.
Good Lord alive. Got 100 arrows.
You're not supposed to be here.
of cute that the effect is still kind of there. It's a locked door. Do they just want me to fall through that hole? I guess they just want me to go through that hole. It's not at all what I was expecting. I feel really bad. Like, I feel really conflicted about hitting all these motherfuckers with arrows. But they seem fucking miserable. Nah, sorry, mate. I like that the game was like, hey, man, these things kind of scary. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Crazy, man. This game has combat. It like it actually matters where I hit them with the arrows too. That's insane. Nice. Nope. All right. Hold on. Missed. Oh God. Stupid fucking scale. Hello? No. Oh. Okay. Weird golden zombie game. This game is crazy. Not at all what I was expecting. Oh, neat. Oh. Oh, hi. Scared the shit out of me when that thing turned its head. Jesus Christ. Key to palace doors.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned halls, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with the and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Nuts. Nate, no, that's nuts, bro. That's fucking crazy. Can't crouch jump. Oh man, that's nuts. This story has twists. This story has twists and turns. Twists and motherfucking turns. Had to make sure. Go, come on, get in there. I like the little setups for like, okay, do this so that you can save yourself a few arrows. Not that it matters. But it's cute. It makes me feel fucking good.
Help us.
Damn, they are.
You.
Hey. Y'all enjoy your little thing right there. Ah! Back up. Take it. Come on, just a little bit. Neat. Might have just enough money to save Home Dude next time. Where?
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman, who I called Aragami, after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as perfectly as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
There's a lot of statues in here, girl. It's gonna take you some time. Jesus. Yo.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then
Not exactly.
swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What What are you talking about?
I got locked up.
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
No, I don't care about you.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How?
Have you not been paying attention?
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say.
This lady is
Thank
fucking
you.
nuts.
Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear.
She's fucking
I'll
nuts,
stay
dude.
here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place.
Maybe.
In any case, I must honor our bargain.
Please.
The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Very well.
Go. And never return.
Okay. Easy enough. You have a good night, man. Fucking hell, man. So I didn't accomplish anything in there except for the rheumatism thing, which is nice. Maybe that will give me some insight as to which of the armored dudes is threatening the gay guy. There we go.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
She wants to be left alone on the treatment.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life.
All right. 695. What's going on over here? Whole lot of nothing by the looks of it.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about? No idea what you're talking about. All right. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry, I lied. Can't be too careful these days.
Yeah.
Oh, and here. You didn't get that from me. No idea what you're talking about. Yeah? Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even... No.
Interesting.
So you...
Alright, let's see here. I need... ask Octavia, and then I need to go to the other thing. Is the sun going down? The sun's going down, right? It's not as bright as it used to be, which means we are, in fact, running out of time. Oh, he hasn't died yet.
Welcome to life. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
You know about that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
If I back... Oh. Yulia and I... So... No, I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it.
Oh, there goes the phone.
Oh, Lord. Poor lamb. I'll have to let everyone know what's happened, and I'd better... I hope you're coping. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, what you're doing is disgusting, and it's not... Please, there was a... Even if I had seen it, and I...
Fair enough.
Oh.
Where is it? Right below me? Valleys? Wait, what are my options? Nero believes... Ah. I'm just gonna wait and see where she prays. Hello.
Citizen.
The weirdest thing is that I don't even have to follow her. I can just fucking talk to... I can just go there. Where does she go?
What are you doing here? Please leave.
Easy enough. One down, 3 to go. A lot of angles. A lot of angles to pursue. Alright. I do want to talk to... what was her name? And have a look through their homes. Jesus Christ. Greek mystery, Pandora's box. We'll talk to her about this.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse.
Oh, please.
There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice. And now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Okay. Fair enough.
I love your clothes. So
Citizen.
exotic.
Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think
Yeah?
there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier.
Oh, really?
You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation? Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something? Very well. Another time.
Fucking dickhead.
Back again? Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kubash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
Interesting.
You stay away from my money.
Okay. Oh. Ooh. Can't steal. Is it gonna know?
The The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Let's not play around. We got somewhere to be. Thanks, Cynthius. All right.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, you sound serious. Yulia. Poor guy. My uncle was a victim of rheumatism. All right, let me see. I'll go, but...
Oh, you're here. I'm so... And, there's a...
Ha!
What was that? Some kind of joke? Let's just... Certainly. Have you met Livia? Now, she just stands around. Whatever you...
Ow, fucking neck.
All right. See ya.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor. The water they have, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all, but it... Say it. I had... he gives... enough.
I don't quite know where that was supposed to lead to. My fucking neck got fucked. Some kind. Ugh. Ow. Alright, I've got 2,000, so let's see if we can help out Big Man.
I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you...
It's probably the assassin getting killed right there. That's probably what that noise was.
Salve, friend. Welcome. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That... what? You... well, you... if... really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me... For a moment, I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love.
Yeah, I think...
I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I can't believe... That was not your fault.
Just a big weight now.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That...
What?
why do you think...
Please.
I'm sorry, but...
Please, help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all.
You... what?
Really?
Really?
No, you'd be free.
You'd do that for us? Couple of It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I'll go and... I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again.
Oh. Damn. Damn. We were having such a good time. Let's see if we can get it rocking again. Thank God it uses an autosave feature, man. I'd be fucking pissed off otherwise. Okay, thank God we saved. Where's the hole? Well, damn. Well, damn. I know there's a hole there, right?
Thank you.
Did we get rid of the hole? What happened to the hole? Oh, does the hole only exist because he crashes through it? Oh, okay. That's weird, but okay. He makes hole with body. Interesting. We've talked to her already. We know all the information she has to give us.
Citizen.
Oh, Rufius is in a better mood.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Magistrate. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my... I like... Ha! Why? You are... I try...
Salve.
Alright, so now I assume Home Dude's gonna go straight there. I do want to see how this conversation plays out. More evidence linking Malleus to the name Quincitius, whatever the fuck. How the fuck can I do that? Who the fuck is Gallius? Georgius.
What now? Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style? What? Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky youngster?
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you? What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the First. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man. keeping an eye on his daughters. I also keep a... I'm from Liguria, up north originally. Not anymore. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And that's when the crowd started flooding through the streets. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. And I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I am. Ah, don't be. That's it. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's for sure. Treat your inferior as you would wish. You can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. I learned to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength. I don't see why not.
Okay.
I'm not sure why you said it like that. What? Absolutely not. I know someone's... Alright?
To find the homes. I don't know where they live.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right?
Going to the
Funny
cisterns like
accent.
a junk.
One day, a few weeks back, he said he could hear spirits wailing. Anyway, a few days later, so I go down after him, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run. A creature. Like well, any sane person would have done. Well,
I'm not too worried about it. Woo-wee, these loading screens. I got a golden arrow. I will shoot people with gold. Interesting. India Death? What that's about? Come on. There we go. Oh my. Oh, this is the other side of that area that I was at. Interesting. Alright, let's Wait a minute.
You? Who are you? Did he
Is this the
send
sister?
you?
This has to be the sister, right?
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla.
It is!
I found a way out through the gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll cast. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, the only problem is it's barred by a heavy. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. There won't be enough time. There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? Oh, thank you. He's here. He must be coming in. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Centilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything.
Okay.
You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 5? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping.
So I don't understand what you're
And as
losing.
long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Oh my god.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you... let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Where is this going to go? I was almost willing to bet money one of them was Pluto.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Weird. Is this the end? Is this it? Did I like find the cheat code? Did I do this by accident? Was it because I just wandered in there just to explore? gotta be a better ending to this. What's up, Karen?
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What the fuck is going on?
That you died.
Oh, there goes my dog.
You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not.
Al was the
There
other
was
guy.
nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferry. Well, those stories contained a long time ago. My master created. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
For the purpose of what?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant.
Oh, I've got the bad
doing
ending.
his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia,
Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ending 2 of 4. Wow. Cool, dude. Really cool. What happens if I continue? I mean, I'm gonna load a previous save if it's not far enough back. Okay. I want to go back to before any of that. I don't want to go into the cisterns yet. There's 4 endings. I got ending number 2. Whatever that means. That was fucking cool, dude. It was really fucking cool. Okay. I do want to see, so I believe if I run up here, I should be able to see. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, game, come on.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have
Feeling
to
all
set
right?
foot in that villa again.
That's a shame.
How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
I don't know if I want to do like a water burger, because I would like a milkshake. Not a big
A
water
golden
burger.
bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
But nothing says I have to, like, I can freestyle some shit. I don't know. I want to see what he does. I believe it's all of Just turn around and go somewhere else? Where's he going? Alright, let's talk to Georges.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Make my order.
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay.
Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath us. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for two people, but you do not strike me as a kind of person to be
Interesting. I'm gonna do a manual save here. Okay. I need... Tweak. Nope. Okay, they're not gonna tell me anything. So let's go to the slums. Do some looking around, some searching, some investigation. How y'all just gonna lit? Key to chest and shrine of Apollo. Huh. I don't need that. That's fucked up. You can hear them turning their heads. I don't need that. Love poem to an unspecified woman. Interesting. Type zipline. I've got that. Rufius. That's a dick. That's a dick. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Rufius. Now I gotta talk to you, dude. We gotta come to some kind of understanding here, man. I need you to get off my man Virgil's back.
Citizen. Name's Rufius. No idea what you're talking about? Look, it's the rheumatism. It starts with... I know that's not an excuse for how I act. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Very well. Let's move past this, buddy. All right. Hey, bro.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that.
There we go.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Very good. Very good.
Nice to talk to you.
Let's figure this bit out. Now it's just how can I you know, finish my check. Like I've solved the mysteries for the most part.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're a...
Man, we've been over this.
He was for... Tantal... Oh. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem... So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing... Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to...
Turn around. Come on, buddy. We gotta talk about your political
again, my
future.
Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that.
All right. Oh. I do almost wish the game... I wish the game had let me figure this part out on my own, but maybe this would have been too obtuse to figure out.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I beg your pardon? Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the Sisyphus, and so it... May Fortuna guide... keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Centilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed up.
Oh, shit.
I hope you're coping.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? It must be completed by dusk. It'll be between... Why do you... I like the idea, but I know Galerius
Salve.
well. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus. Certainly. See...
Okay, so... Maybe I can only get that through getting the election started and seeing how that plays out.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? It must be completed. It'll... As I said... Yes. I have overheard... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
I would like to get Gallius elected if possible.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall...
I gotta get my food real quick, but I want to see how this plays. Hold on.
starts with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden.
Oh my god.
For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence, to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius.
Oh my
Here
god!
and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man. It's real!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright. Time to go.
Sentilum, love. I'm sorry.
That's how they tell you to go!
Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh. Ow. There was probably a faster way there. He got there fast. I probably should have just followed him. Please don't kill me. Very interesting. Ah! Thanks, Sentius. You dickbag. Okay.
Salve, friend. You mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've... Oh. Poor Virgil. Poor... Yulia. All right, let me see. I'll go. But
Okay. I need
information somehow.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Thank you. Thank you. I am excited and...
Let's see. Let's check this area out just a little more.
Promise to you, good citizens, under
Hmm.
my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on eggshells. Yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant sent us.
I'm not supposed to be in. I should. This is outrageous.
Huh. Maybe, is there a smaller...
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
Home dude really said, yo, get this guy out of here. Okay. I don't think we'll have to worry about this, but you never know. It's a little bit of a dramatic effect, but okay. Don't know if that's quite what you guys were looking for.
Ah, a visitor.
ask your name?
Got myself a lovely little sound glitch again.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. That's probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
It is.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. What?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
No.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special? Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this.
No!
Imagine you were forced to choose between the
That's
death
not what
of your
empathy
beloved
means.
spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death? Of course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil? For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Wish I could change a few of my answers to some of those questions, but yeah.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully.
Right.
Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
So you've been around here for a minute, is what you're saying.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies haven't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the Temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Is that a fucking jacking off joke?
As you wish.
Oh, that was a long story.
Huh. If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription?
Ye.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it.
All right.
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us.
The Egyptians been at it for a minute.
I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key.
This shit's gonna get weird. Okay.
I enjoyed our chat, but please.
Where am I going? That way?
Ah, you've returned.
And just like that, we're playing Skyrim again. A dumb joke. Hello? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the fuck is that? Hello? Hi. Something growling. Very well. I'm legit shocked that wasn't one. Fascinating. Okay, Bash.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash.
Kabash.
And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
Not exactly.
Trousers, boots. Curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you?
No, I'm just trying to figure out a way around
I was planning
this.
to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Lovely.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Oh, don't do that.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
Do I?
And I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
Why not?
Sense a
Because it's
deception.
yours?
Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Yeah, don't do that.
You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
I don't care about the questions for him. Oh. Why'd you have to do that? It's so far down. Ooh, there's a lot going on in this tunnel. What is this? Oh! So dramatic. Okay. I love the Invisible Walls game. It really takes me back to 2000.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here.
Kabash, don't do this. Kabash, don't do this.
Sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of the people who came before you. I'm just trying to replace all the plaques.
Then you admit it. You wish to destroy. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
You can blame your priests for that, not me.
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Beliefs about the outer world. Isn't it important that they motivated you to good lives? You're only good in life because you expected a reward. Were you really a good person? Ooh.
Now you insult me and all of my ancestors. You... Good. I welcome it. I can only...
The many shall suffer.
Alright, let's just fucking... You know, there's no need for all of that. Tavin, you need to learn how to fucking talk to people better, bro. This is just ridiculous.
You... What? Why? To what? But why? What business could you have with Osaka? Blasphemous fool! You have... Good. I can only hope one more...
Oh, damn. Hold on.
When I told that you are... And yet did I... I am not sure. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
A lifetime of good character now that it matters most just because you found out you were misled.
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live. And you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Great. So late on that one. Dodge 3 boulders. Wait a minute. No. I've gone the wrong way. That's better, I think. Where the fuck am I going? A lot of the movement, like animations of his arms and how he jumps and stuff, reminds me a lot of Mirror's Edge.
Ah, you've
What's that, dude?
returned.
Yeah. I'm gonna look around now. Oh. Man, what I wouldn't kill for some fast travel right now. Oh. All right. Come on. Come on.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Yeah.
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Well,
something like that, but...
A little harsh,
if
but
I
yeah.
die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad.
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Alright, Galerius. See you then.
Alright, Galerius.
You're...
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't... So... Oh, now... Oh, and if our conversation...
Galerius.
I saw you... And... Oh! Anyway... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only... Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance. All right. See you.
Huh?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Oh, fuck! Okay. Oh my. Just a quick 500. Now, if I remember correctly. Yep.
Don't you just love springtime? Salve again, my sister. No.
I have that flower.
Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do? Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel. What do you say? Do you think you could?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she...
Okay. I don't know what I did to trigger this quest, but I'm in it. I'm into it.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. See you again soon, I hope.
Aww, that's so sweet.
Citizen.
Fortune smile on you, brother. Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Thanks. What did she say? Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me.
Aww.
I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside If you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right, friend.
Where is that? In the rock tunnel? No, oh, right here. Oh, look at that. Is that Aloy? No. That would have been funny, though. How do I get past you? Huh. I wonder. Don't exactly know what to do here. Huh. All right, well.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? But if I go... But it's my... Well... If you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need... Galerius already tried that. Like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy. Bye-bye.
A fellow traveler from a faraway Greek. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some... I do not enjoy the thought of an... Nothing... I hope...
See, now if I could just figure out...
Citizen. Names will... Sentius. No.
Interesting.
So you...
I wonder.
Are they? Is that... Seems... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as... Here, we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. Were he to be... The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go... Thank you. I'll be...
Alright, well, I guess we'll... I'm running low on options here. Where's... Unless I can...
Ave again. Oh.
All this nonsense, yada yada yada.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and...
Yeah, right.
It is. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're... Then again, I suppose... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in Tell me, has she That is strange. There are no... Well, as far as I can tell, water if that's the current she's talking about, then I vaguely recall wondering what was in there. But the door at the back of the Great Temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate. But if that doesn't work, let me know if you find anything in there.
Okay. So I guess I do have to go to the upper cistern and then just leave homegirl in there instead of setting her
Citizen. Ah, you've returned. I think it's better. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
We've been a little bit of a bitch about it.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
I don't need any reason for him to be suspicious of me just yet. Find a creative way into the cistern. Yeah, I know what it is.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal. What? Said he could...
Hannibal.
So and hunched a... What?
I'm honestly not too worried about it. Gangsta. Like, I'm kind of fucking strapped. Got 99 arrows for 99 problems. I'm ready. I'm ready for the heat, bro. I'm ready for it. I've had it before. I'm gonna take care of it again. You're welcome. Alright, so we run over here. Pick up these baddies. Take that. Oh, I never did find out what that might lead me to something. Oops. Get in the chest. There you go. Where does that leave me at? Ah, dude, I've got so many. I don't recall where I fucking got a single one, but you know, is what it is. We've got another 2,000, so if we want to talk to home dude, we can save his life. It'll all be okay.
Do you know you're here? I'm Centella. Who wants to... Sentius.
Find all 3 missing persons. Gotcha.
Behind me. The only... I'm going to take that. I'm done. There won't be... What? No. It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything.
You're making a mistake.
What the fuck? Alright, before we talk to him, I'm gonna save it again. Cause he'll probably like freak out and try and kill me. Oh. There's gotta be a way to get everybody out of here, man.
Boy! How did you get in there, you cheeky youngster?
Are they? Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think
now he's giving me
you
his
see,
evil plan.
my connection to the portal somehow preserved. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharp. He was a moralist. And because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come through the portal. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, the next time I awoke, you showed up. But you... I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 7 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain. Because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have, and as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. And why would I agree? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
Hello? Oh, I've lost my audio, but y'all haven't, so that's good. But why have I lost mine? Ah, that's why. Lovely. I love it. Can I get it back, please? Can I have my audio back, please? Okay. So what happens? I do like that the game keeps track of how many times you repeat it, and it kind of makes fun of you. Just might as well get that, right?
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. Really? I was just reading an old tablet I found here. It described an event about 2,000 years ago and murdered a local magistrate. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and apparently, as the citizens... I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people would that... I don't understand how... let me see that. God, why does... I've spent this... So...
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius, multis dolabant. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, that's it. Very interesting. Alright, so that's 2 of 4 endings. Alright, we don't. I would like to continue, please. Interesting. Yeah, this must be my save after my conversation. What a fun game. I want to get the true ending. And I'd like to see ending number 3 as well, but I don't know how that works. Now, I'm curious as to if there is a way... Maybe I need to reset my day. and then not get the assassin killed. You know what I mean? Do I not have this already?
I still... Even if I had seen it, and there was a... Even if I had... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, Pierce, what are you doing?
That's...
What?
Why do you... You... Well, you don't if I... Oh, okay. Really? You'd... It seems... Thank you. Thank you. I just wish... I'll...
Now he's part of the cultists, so I should be able to find some kind of... Yeah, what's up?
Be careful who you trust.
Ugh. Poop sticks. God damn. Homie went fucking hard on my man. Another note. gotta be a way to tie those two together.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in
You look well, my sartorial friend.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
I should try and find the spot where the Christians are praying. Is where my next step should lead me. Okay. Did I have a plan like that? Oh, okay. Sure. Why not? Ow. What the hell is all this? Bottle of wine. Huh. What can I do with a bottle of wine? Somebody has said something about wine previously, and I just don't remember what. Hello? Anything kind of cool in there? I don't know what it is. Okay. This is just Livia's place. She's just on fucking... She's on her shit. I would like to help you. But how? No, I need the one from... I need to get Home Dude free. I don't know how to do that.
Ave again. See you again soon.
Ah. Hmm.
I trust you can...
Guess I never really looked around in here. And it's just a whole lot of nothing in here.
Why are you still here? My marital affair.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make. You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
And what's that?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Oh, dude, easy, I have it.
Just one small urn should do it.
Homegirl wants to get drunk.
Don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire... He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry. And if he tries to... I am... So... Thank you. Here's the letter.
Okay.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. What? No. was a lie of a mission. You were planning. I curse you. I curse. Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Malleus! You're donezo,
You
bunzo.
again. What is it now? Are you insane? Why would... So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me?
No.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
You gotta think about
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
it. Lovely. Now we talk to Home Dude. We get him elected. I need... Hello? Oops.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. Ave again. Did you... Well, Malleolus has withdrawn. Why do you ask? Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and decent man, after all. I happen to agree he'd make a wonderful magistrate. As I said, I'm planning to hold it... Well, I wouldn't describe... very... Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
And now we wait. Damn, homie was booking it. He said, I gotta go.
a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier
Y'all just making
today.
up names.
As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes.
Hell yeah.
My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Ave again. Galerius one. See you again.
I just wanted to see what everybody was trying to say.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh. You can have my shiny... My
Okay.
friend Hannibal used to look after me. But before that, he gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said, please help me find it. Oh, thank you.
Cool.
Hope you find it. Oh, look up. Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. And it's just lying there.
Salve.
Alright, so now we plug this in and then we pray. I'm running out of things to do. I'm running out of things to do. What's going on over here? I don't think I've been over here. Is this to the cistern? This is probably to the cistern. Yeah, this is to the cistern. I'm sorry, we gotta go through some loading screens. Yeah, okay. There's Scintilla again. So we can't talk to her yet, because we need to organize the rest of the peoples. Heart of Gold? Oh. Okay, so right now we have Origin, Create a Time Paradox, and Herculean Tech. Okay. This is probably to ending 3, but how do we get ending 4? Okay, so again I want to save.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I just die. I just... Why did that happen?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Somebody's doing something. Oh, you don't care. Can I zip line, please? Ah.
I hope you're coping.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What the fuck happened?
salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds... Yulia. Poor Virgil. All right, let me see. Stop. What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will... I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me...
Arve.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
What a what a really cool game. Really enjoyed this game. Ugh. Deep fucking temple. This is Osiris. And then Mercury. What the fuck? What?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly that there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Okay.
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Heard that?
Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names.
Charon.
Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
What is
this? It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia
I'm so lost,
by
but this is so cool, so I don't care.
Unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon
He's
your
talking
kind
his shit,
without
okay.
guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Jesus Christ, there's a lot.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persephone's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. Prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own
She killed her?
While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana. I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I'm the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. You clearly know nothing. I've always considered this the Greek for you. We both know that is not true. I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine step.
Why would I? No. No.
Do you really think you can wound me? How dare you threaten her?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ah! Ah! Oh, did I die? Oh, game, please. Game. 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 Okay, this is where things get dangerous. Whoa! We got a little bit of health left, or back, I should say. All right, careful of the one in the fucking. Oh, that one. That one fucking. That's how you get it. Is you lure her away. Thanks, prick.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Or...
Greetings and salutations.
And now we run back.
Not a good time.
Okay. We are working the best we can. That was a scary noise, so I'm just gonna, you know, Hades. Cyrus. All right, here we go again, jackass.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, Nergal to this, but the one constant, and I've been watching. And what is more, you carry that there will be first, as a. I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it? You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
Stares aghast.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that this has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never allow it. The best I can do is return to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others.
This has to be number 3. There's got to be a way to talk him down.
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place. And you will have what will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have. Now, you had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Okay. So is ascending 3 or 4? This has to be 3 that I've discovered.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here. Well, here. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. learning about the history of this. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city.
Where are we going from here?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure. You go on it.
There's no way the god of the underworld's gonna be happy, man. He's just gonna strike me down again.
You're back! Oh, why don't you tell me?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon if I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people that you died, of course. My rule. Most souls would rather ask yourself. As you unfortunately, you both, there was, he died, that man, you were It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tale. Well, a long time ago, my orders were simple. Whenever it means I am now I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
I'm confused.
Look! Here comes Al now.
So is this wait, did I just get
It's so
ending
good to
2
see
again
you.
somehow? There's
You
no
were gone
way.
so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. You two look.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
One year later, okay. This is new. I die again.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
What?
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you'd better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you.
Oh, I got
Galerius
them all.
told me
Okay,
all
cool.
about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
This is so cute.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So cool.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius
So I need to like
how
go
to
back
save
and
my
just like
life.
spend the day with
And
these
of
people and just kind of
course,
talk to them. Just kind of talk it
getting
out.
me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
Hi there.
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Cute.
Hey.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Your dress.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile.
Your dress is clipping.
If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time?
Yeah.
Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC. So he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Perhaps. And you. Farewell.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... You know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
You wanted to live forever, dog.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Hello.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. I really am. You too.
The philosopher is here?
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Cool.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us.
Nah.
But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor.
Really?
After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Good evening.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld,
there.
I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Some soiree, innit?
Dog.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard some. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for you. Whatever you did in that temple made me a most gracious. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where in fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the Oracle and Future Seer and all that. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you... Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take...
Ha ha ha.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight, huh? Of course, don't let me keep you.
Fucking funny. Ah, Kabash.
It is an honor to fight. You know. Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Oh, hi.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I understand I have you to I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her, and this... So we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our and I... Thank you. You too.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. You too. Look us up.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you our...
No Navia?
Evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
It's you.
Oh, hello.
Back again? Of course.
Hey.
Hello.
Good evening.
Evening.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Yes.
I think you know her.
Oh.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We're all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld.
Oh, neat.
Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind.
Oh?
She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Cool. Cool. That was cool. That was a really cool experience. I really, really liked that game. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that game. Okay. And then just before I go, I don't want to load up the game again, but I do want to... Okay, cool. I do want to look up what that final ending is. So, right there.
Deep underground. It's
He has a gun?
Entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost, except in a Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise.
The market.
The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain. For this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What are we waiting on here?
Help me!
Damn. Oh, what's up here?
The many shall suffer. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Okay. So much like the ending 2.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So, you discovered my secret. So what?
The many shall.
Okay. Oh, and then shoot Owl? No. What are we doing? Okay, this is not a good way to...
Meet Suvi, the magical all-in-one countertop kitchen.
Everybody loves a fucking ad.
Story, but first, fair.
So that was... What was in 3 about that?
Or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised.
Everyone in the city and turning them into gold.
Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on! We have to go! The others should be right behind us! Hey!
I never got 3, I got 1, 2, and 4.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Sheesh.
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. The shrine. Some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come by scintilla light. And you were here. This is. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping a bunch of others to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Became you, Octavia Lucreta. Yeah, we'll never forget you or what you did for us. It pains our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Oppius and Galerius. We died trying to, but never made it back. There's no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift. Okay, so it's basically the same. It's just some of the other people got out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry,
One. And keep him talking while I look for something I can use. Monster comes back. What? God, am I going out of my mind? Are you going to let me go or not? How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me.
Okay, so that's just, you just got to do some extra work for that one. Okay, all right, well, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and a great night, and a great evening, week, whatever it is, and a great new year. Appreciate it. Bye.